final patch notes for mid-season update later this week. And then, again, mid-season update next week. We will be back next week
Now we should be
for
good.
another stream.
Yeah.
So back-to-back weeks for streams. Lots of streams coming up. So this one's going to be a pretty quick one to go over mid-season update. Yep. And then next week, we're actually going to talk about the Season 7 PTR.
Nice.
And I should actually call
Season
it Patch
7.
2.1
I feel like that's
PTR
going to be the big.
is
It's going to be a big season.
We're going to be talking about all the changes that are coming with patch 2.1. That stream is also going to be a little earlier than when PTR is planning on actually starting. That's only because for those here in the US that are aware of it, the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up towards the end of November, and we won't have people in the office. So we want to make sure that we can do the stream a little early and talk to everyone about the patch 2.1 PTR before the end of the month. PTR itself is planning on starting after the holidays. It's or after that Thanksgiving holiday in the U.S. And then for the notes regarding PTR, we'll have that before the holidays. So everyone get to, at least in the U.S., they can eat turkey, read patch notes, and then elsewhere,
perfect thing
they can just read patch notes. And so we have a lot of stuff coming up and a lot to talk about, but. Before we do get towards some of the other items, I know Colin, you want to talk a little bit about where we're at with D4 at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll try and keep it short and sweet. For the mid-season, we actually think, I just wanted to talk a little bit about how we think about the game currently. We've changed a lot over the past year. We've changed itemization. We've changed all of the progression. And generally, I think
game difficulty every season.
Positive feedback around a lot of the progression changes made in X1, which is fantastic. We're really excited to make a lot of these changes. I think it's hit a lot of the goals in terms of opening up what builds you can actually play and experience a lot of the end game, which is great. Of course, there's Spiritborn kicking ass and Pit Tier 150, but otherwise, there's a lot of builds that sort of can cut it in the end game, starting in Torment 1, and I think that's been super sort of successful for us. And I also think a lot of the sort of itemization changes we made in terms of ancestral items, we think that they're a little bit on the low side. We'll talk a little bit more next week in the PTR in terms of buffing those. But we think it's actually pretty cool that there's those chase items that people are looking for. And I think just generally we're pretty happy with how a lot of things landed. And
everybody's using the shroud.
Step back and seeing, okay, now that we've made
Materials
a lot
might
of these
is
changes,
just garbage
what are the more
now.
iterative steps we're going to take in the next year in terms of tightening up a lot of things. Full disclosure, I think we missed the mark a little bit on material tuning and things like that. So we're not looking
had to do a couple updates on material tuning. Just a couple. So
we're really looking at tightening up a lot of those things and sort of making more iterative changes to the overall progression of the game. And we hope that creates some more stability, and that sort of lets us, put more time and focus on balance and adding more things and sort of leveling up the game in that sort of way.
Yeah, just thinking back a year ago, so much has changed in our systems, right? We did all of our combat math over again. We changed resistances. We changed how loot drops and the whole upgrade system there.
It's basically just a completely different
big
game.
Overhaul. There's been so much change in things. I'm looking forward to having a chance for things to kind of settle down and we can fine-tune and refine the existing systems that we have now that we have so many ways of progressing your character, making yourself stronger. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement inside of these systems to make them kind of better, which I know people have been requesting a lot. So we're looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's really about refining what we currently have. We feel like the structure is really strong right now.
Yeah, most definitely. And I know with this mid-season update,
they're still missing enough things to do for in-game.
A lot is around class balance. Specifically around Spiritborn right now and how it is performing very well compared to some of the other classes. And so, Mr. Adam Jackson, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about some of the class balance.
Yeah, let's talk about classes. We've got a lot to go over today. So first, just to give an overview of kind of what I'm going to talk about. First, we're going to talk a little bit about kind of the state of Season 6 and kind of how we see things and how things are going. And then we're going to give you a preview of some of the changes that we're going to be doing for all of the classes. Normal disclaimer here, we're not going to be covering everything that we're going to do here in the patch. There could be a lot more notes than what I'm showing today, but just to kind of give you an idea of what's coming for each class and kind of what you can look forward to. So yeah, the current state of Season 6. So, you know, a whole lot of people are enjoying the Spiritborn. I think this class has been really successful. You know, we've been hearing that it's a lot of fun. People are really liking kind of the way that you build, the way that you play, and just the class in general, which is really gratifying for the team. Just for some stats here, 62% of all players have played the Spiritborn. So, you know, when you think
that's actually lower than what I thought.
Now, and 62% of people are playing it, you know, that's kind of a lot of love for the class, which is pretty exciting to see. And to give you a basis of comparison here, the Sorceress in Season 5 was the most played class, and she was at 32%. So, you know, like, to give you an idea, and that was, you know, Lightning Spear meta, and, you know, this class was really, really good. A lot of people had fun. And so you can kind of compare there of just how many people kind of logged into the expansion and enjoyed that. So that's pretty exciting. Yeah, just a few, right? Yeah, so kind of the state of the game. You know, the Spiritborn is performing quite a bit better than other classes, which we want to dig deep, you know, do a little bit of a deep dive into how and why and how we think about it. Largely, a big culprit of this is actually due to unintended interactions that the class has with how some things scale and other issues. But then there's also another component that there are some balance issues with the class itself. And so it's pretty easy to conflate these two and be like, well, how much of the power is due to, like, you know, bugs or unintended interactions, and how much of it is just some things have high numbers? We do think it's a bit of both, but the unintended interactions, I think, are the lion's share of what's going on here. But on the bright side, the other classes are actually performing fairly well when compared to one another. So if you look at, you know, Barbarian compared to Necromancer, or Druid compared to Sorceress, they're actually pretty close and competitive.
No, they're not.
We see, like, pit tier clears and other content, how they're doing, which is a really good sign for us. So when we're thinking of kind of what we're going to do going forward and how we balance the game, there's kind of two really statements that we need to think about when it comes to balance. The first one that's really important is we want players to feel strong and powerful and to kind of feel like they can break the game and find these crazy builds and do awesome things with. And then on the other side of the coin, we also want kind of, you know, class balance and parity when it comes to their power level with one another, right? You know, we don't want a situation that exists for a really long time where, you know, the only answer is to play Barbarian, for example, compared to everything else, and that's all that you kind of be pushed into playing. So these two things are kind of at odds with one another, and we've kind of gone back and forth on our strategies here. If you remember back when we launched Diablo 4, we really actually prioritized class parity and harmony over, you know, everything else, over the power fantasy of the game. And what this resulted in was every time that someone found a build that was really strong and crazy, we just kind of would fix the bugs or nerf the build, and we ended up kind of playing whack-a-mole every time that players found something cool. And it ended up being that Blizzard kind of turned into the fun police, which players really didn't like. We got a pretty big reaction at the end of the launch period and into Season 1 when we tried to only think about class parity over kind of the power fantasy of Diablo. And in Season 2, we kind of really turned things around in the way that we thought about the game, and we really prioritized, you know, power fantasy and this idea that our players kind of want to break the game and be crazy. The big shining example there was Ball Lightning for you Sorceress mains. Where that skill, you know, had an unintended interaction. It was really, really good, but players really liked it and had a lot of fun. And so if you remember a long time ago, we came on live stream and we talked about this, and we kind of said that we were going to allow players to kind of break the game in this way until the next season, right? There are some exceptions that we'll make where we'll fix things in the mid-season if it's impacting, like, the performance of the game or the experience of other players.
The problem with that is there's not enough stuff to do in the end game to have these broken builds.
In Season 6, we had this example with the Evade build with Spiritborn. But overall, players really liked this strategy a whole lot more, right? They got to enjoy this kind of, the point of playing ARPGs and Diablo in particular, of really making a powerful character and being able to smash faces with it, right?
Yeah, and the sort of philosophy here is sort of goes even beyond classes, right? If you remember in Season 1, we were just nerfing every dungeon that was too performant, and like any time like there was content that was like a little bit out of budget, we'd nerf it. So it's really about sort of establishing a trust with you, the player, during that season, and not trying to sort of force you to exploit the fun early and often. And it's really about sort of making sure that when you play a season, you know that that season is going to work the same throughout the season, and we're not going to change things midway on you.
Yeah, I think another factor to think about too is that now that we've added a lot of progression with like tempering and masterworking, that there's a lot of time investment that goes into making a build, even if you know it's something that might be
especially right now.
But it's really, really good and crazy, and you spend
the amount of gold you have to spend,
100 hours, whatever, making it. And then if we kind of pull the rug out from under you, it's worrisome to do that to players, I think, in the middle of a season.
It's all about respecting your time, right?
Yeah. So in that vein, we are not planning to nerf the Spiritborn in the mid-season patch.
Yeah, no one expected
that's on
that.
everybody's mind. Like, is Blizzard going to do it? And we've
Nobody
decided
expected that.
We think it's best for the game to not do it in the mid-season.
They've never done it before. They're not going to do it now.
In Season 7, and we'll be talking about this a little more in the live stream next week, we are going to be fixing all of the unintended interactions that we found with Spiritborn. We'll also be making balance adjustments to bring them in line with the other classes. So you can expect a lot of change there. But until then, enjoy what you've got now while it's there.
I think it's worth digging into the unintended interactions part too, right? Because it's not necessarily like you picked one legendary Paragon node and now your build is ridiculous, right?
No,
it's like you're sort of, for lack of a better word, abusing some of the mechanics, right? If we know that, Viscous Shield is scaling off of max HP, players have poured tons of time and effort trying to max Masterwork, their max life, and getting all the perfect tempers and item affixes. We don't want to take that away from you, right? That's not something that we're trying to necessarily destroy all the time commitment you put into your character by fixing these things. So it's not as simple as just fix the unintended interaction, right?
Yeah. But just reiterating, it is those unintended interactions are things that we will look at when we get to Season 7 and we start off with Season 7. So, and obviously with mid-season update, enjoy it through Season 6, but come Season 7, you'll see a preview of some of these changes. Absolutely. With Season 7 in our PTR stream next week. You'll see some of the changes that we plan on doing.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I just hope they don't destroy the class.
This isn't about that today, but just
there's a lot
so
coming there for everybody that'll be really exciting. But yeah, so, but the caveat to all of this is if something does come up that impacts other players in regards to the game's performance, or you're causing lag for the server or whatever, we will be fixing those types of interactions as soon as possible. Like the evade build is our example, right? We will fix those.
Oh yeah, that thing was crashing me. I'd get into a party of Spiritborns, it would crash my PC.
So in the mid-season though, we are going to be buffing all of the other classes in the mid-season patch, but I want to caveat this a little bit with, it's not going to be to the level of Spiritborn right now, because a lot of that power is
going to go away.
Bugs and unintended things. So we're really going to be buffing the classes to have more parity and harmony with each other, but then also to kind of where we plan to bring the Spiritborn to after the bugs and stuff has been fixed.
That's okay.
So you will be seeing number buffs, but I wouldn't expect to be at the same level as what Spiritborn is doing right now in the mid-season. Just to be clear, because of that, the bugs are actually a big part of the power level.
Yeah, and we don't want to create an arms race, right? Where it's like, okay, everyone gets to be pit tier 150, then the next natural ask is like, okay, I guess we're adding tournament 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So we don't want to sort of get to a place where you're cheering through.
That makes me hopeful, because that's literally what I say all the time.
Being cautious about the arms race here. We actually think the rest of the classes are in a really good spot.
Yeah, and I think you can count on that going forward too. Not even just right now, but this is kind of the way that we think of things in general. It's like if all the classes are kind of in this realm, kind of close to each other, and then one has something unintended that brings like way up here. Everybody is always like, well, let's just bring everybody else to this.
Yeah.
But if we do that every time, like you start with this difference, and then you're here, and then you do this.
Exactly.
And then
You're just constantly
exponentially going to increase the power.
Constantly increasing power level for no reason.
Insanely high, really fast.
And then what do you do with that?
Goal, right? So if there's something that stands out, we'll let people do it for a while, but then we're going to bring it back the next season.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the way that I think you can mostly count on us.
It's like, how do you make content for that?
Definitely. And the same goes if there's like a underperforming class. It's like 20 pit tiers behind everyone else, right? We have no problems with like bringing that up to where the rest of the classes are.
Correct. Yeah, the real goal is to get everything in a pretty good realm of having harmony.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about the fixing unintended mechanics, making sure everything works, polishing everything, because I think that's what the game is missing a lot. A lot of polish.
Let's get into the class updates for all the classes. We're just going to be going through one by one and kind of giving you a preview of what to see. Again, this is only a preview. There's more than what we're going to show on screen.
Yeah, way more. Yeah. Right? This is just like a couple examples within the stream itself. And of course, again, just
they say that
later this week.
They say that, but every time they get to the Druid, it's barely anything.
For a stream on a Tuesday. Normally we do it on Thursday, and usually a patch notes then. So I expect the patch notes later this week.
Yeah, let's get to it. So starting off with Barbarian, we got some baseline core skill buffs for pretty much all of them, right?
Nothing too crazy.
Upheaval, Hammer of the Ancients, Double Swing, and Rend. Basically, we always hear it that
getting 15,
they have a little bit of trouble leveling.
10,
their late
20
game is really good, but just getting there it can be a little bit painful. So we're just going to be squeezing up those numbers a little bit more. So you'll have a better time leveling. You'll also be a little bit stronger overall, but all the builds will get a little bit better. And then also we have some buffs to underperforming legendaries and uniques.
This is a big
Here's an
one.
example of an
Golly,
aspect
so
of
many
Battle
bad
Mad. You can
aspects.
see here in the before, kind of what's on live right now is it's basically just a way to give you berserking, rewarding you for weapon swapping. And now we're adding a hefty multiplier to it. So now
wow,
this
that's
is going to
actually
be a
pretty
real
big.
offensive aspect that's going to give you, a bunch of power. You're going to get up to a 40% damage buff when you're doing the weapon swapping.
That's
mechanic.
crazy.
So we've kind of finding these places where we can input damage or these under.
No, thank you,
legendaries or
Scarlet.
Uniques, and then adding a reason to make them more compelling. Next, we've got Druid. So all of the Druid's key passives are getting buffed. I've given a couple of examples here.
Stupid.
But,
They don't even like
the numbers
Lupa.
went up. So Lupine Ferocity, you've got
Lord.
the crit damage going from 70 to 100% bonus.
That's not
and
the
then
problem
bonus
with it.
damage to injured enemies going from 140 to 200%, which is pretty meaty. And then the one with nature passive that buffs your companions. That bonus damage is going from.
It's just not the
50 to 80%,
problem
which is
with
a
that.
pretty big amount.
Key passive.
And then also legendary unique buffs in the same way of the Barbarian.
Look at it
So
now.
here,
That's
this is
good.
an
Storm
offensive
Chasers
aspect,
adding
and it's kind of
multiplicative
more
damage.
utility, but
Really
the Storm
good.
Chasers
All right.
aspect where it makes your tornadoes smart, where they seek enemies.
That's actually really
We're
good.
just adding a pretty good multiplier to that. So tornado builds Rejoice. You're gonna get up to 50% more damage now, just from taking this aspect that you were probably taking anyways. So just making you happier to take the same things.
Let's see what the
Next one,
Basilisk.
the Basilisk. This is the Earth Druid dealing with Petrify. So before, it was that first time that you hit an enemy, you'll petrify them, and then every time you petrify them, it deals a bunch of damage. We're just making that a lot more usable, so that way you can feel more comfortable taking it. So now it's going to be when you hit a healthy enemy, you'll petrify them. And also, this will work against bosses. So every 5 seconds that you hit a boss, you'll attempt to petrify, and then you'll get that bonus damage proc. So basically, this unique now will be giving you a damage proc every 5 seconds against bosses.
I don't know.
Which will be a lot better than now, where it doesn't really do much to bosses.
I don't think that's going to be useful either.
Next,
it doesn't
we got the
really fit with
Necromancer.
anything.
So they're getting buffs for all of their basic skills. I'm showing Decompose here as an example. The damage is
Like I
almost been
said,
doubled.
when they get to the Druid,
Essence
I like
gain
the
per
Storm
second
Chaser
is
though.
going up by quite
That's
a bit.
really good.
And also now it'll scale with attack speed bonuses. So
Oh,
now
yeah,
if you
yeah.
build attack speed or you have it, Decompose is going to be generating essence for you quicker, which it didn't used to before. They're also getting some buffs.
There'll be
and
more,
kind
though.
of some
We'll see what
simple
happens.
functionality changes to some passives. So an example here with the Evulsion passive is before you would get increased crit damage to vulnerable enemies. And now we're just going to remove that double requirement there of focusing on crit and vuln. So now you'll just get more damage against vulnerable enemies. So it's just a lot more usable. It's now you can use it more generally. You don't have to worry about critting all the time to get the bonus. So it'll just be more consistent. And then we've got some unique buffs here. These are just number buffs. Some examples. We've got Mordecrux, so your chance to spawn the Skeletal Simulacrum is going up. And Howl from Below, you're just getting more corpse explosion damage out of it. So just tuning up these numbers to make them competitive. Next, we've got the Rogue. So similar to the Barbarian, the Rogue is also getting buffs to the core skills. Penetrate shot damage is going up. Flurry damage is going up as some examples. Also, their key passives are getting a bit better too.
That's
Victimize
crazy.
damage scaling
They
is going
literally
up for their vulnerable
the
damage
Druid
bonus,
changes were
and
nothing.
precision is going up.
I
by
know
a
there's gonna be
hefty
more.
amount, from 15% to 20%
I don't
of the
know.
crit damage bonus. So they'll just be a lot more potent. And next we've got the Sorceress, kind of keeping on the theme of buffing key passives. So this one we're actually
No,
doing a bit
I'm not
of a
gonna give you my
functionality
Discord.
change.
I don't want
Combustion
anything.
before used to be that you get a big multiplier to your burning damage, 60%. And then after that, we kind of wanted to reward you for putting different burning sources on enemies, and you would get a little bit of a bonus per source. Now we're doing away with that second part, so you're still getting the burning damage buff just across the board. But now we're actually going to tie it to itemization, so now you'll just be getting an additional multiplier based on your damage to burning enemies bonus. So now you're going to be looking for that, in your gear and your Paragon and other places, so you can now just really buff up the burning damage, and you don't have to worry about putting a bunch of sources on enemies. Next, in a similar vein, Avalanche. This key passive is just getting better and is going to be tuning into a damage bonus as well. So before it was that your frost skills have a lucky hit chance to make your next cast of a few different skills consume no mana and be stronger. And when you hit vulnerable enemies, it just made the chance better. And now we're just buffing up the chance baseline, going from 10 to 30% to get that free cast and bonus damage. But now the actual damage that you deal is going to be increased by your damage against vulnerable enemies stat. So now we've added basically a scaling multiplier to this key passive, so it should be doing a lot more damage over time. Next, we got Aspect of Piercing Cold. This is for you Ice Shards enjoyers. This one's getting a whole lot better. So before it used to be that the number of pierces.
I'm happy they're going back through and fixing some of these aspects because they are a lot of really bad aspects.
Your subsequent hits deal less damage with Ice Shards, and now we flip the script now, and now the amount of enemies that's going to pierce is going to be static, so you're just getting more consistent value. But instead of doing less damage, you're going to deal more damage per enemy hit. So that actual difference of going from less to more is going to amount to a substantial increase in the amount of damage that this legendary is pumping out for Ice Shards. It's a huge spread. Last but not least, for the Sorceress, we introduced a couple of new legendary aspects in Vessel of Hatred. We've got them, they're scaling with Charge Bolts and Incinerate. And both of these aspects were dealing what we call flat damage, or it was like a certain damage amount, and it didn't really scale up as you scaled the skill up. And we've changed that for both of these. So the aspect of Charge Flash and the aspect of Overheating will now both scale as you get more Charge Bolt or more Incinerate damage. These ones will be dealing a lot more damage as well. So these ones will just scale with you and be a lot better over time as you get stronger. And next, last but not least, we got the Spiritborn. So we did do some changes here. We really mostly did small buffs to skills that haven't really been being used or seen less success. So we got Razor Wings here. The damage is going up a bit. And also, Razor Wings used to have actually a set cooldown between casts. And now we remove that cooldown, so now you can actually cast Razor Wings faster as you build attack speed, like all other skills in the game.
Yeah, I'm hoping there's a lot more to this.
We also did some small buffs to Withering Fist. The poison damage went up, the slow went up.
I wonder when they're going to release the patch notes.
Will now spread to more targets when you use it. And then we also got some buffs to Toxic Skin, which isn't really seen much play by players. We basically just did some small buffs to its damage, both baseline, the enhancement, and one of the upgrades, the variants of it.
And these are mostly just on the skills that people aren't actually using right now.
Yeah.
Correct,
Our
yeah.
goal isn't to like make the Spiritborn even stronger.
No, this is tuning within the builds of the
We're
class.
most definitely seeing chat, and they're like, wait, Spiritborn buffs, and it's like, these are like skills that really no one is using, so we want to make sure that...
I mean, I can just buff Quill Volley.
There you go, Quill Volley.
Yeah.
Most definitely needs buffs, apparently. No, but it's for things that we just haven't seen a lot of play within Spiritborn players. And I know a lot of players are looking at some of the numbers, and they're also... These are just like baseline numbers on some of these skills. Yeah. Obviously, there's a lot of interactions that happen beyond that, from tempering to the gear that you have and everything like that, that will end up obviously enhancing those even more. So we're expecting to, as Adam had mentioned before, we're not expecting to see the other classes jump up to the same power as the Spiritborn, because the Spiritborn, again, is using some unintended interactions right now, but those will be addressed in Season 7. So with these classes specifically, they will get some additional buffs so that they can stay competitive amongst each other. They're staying together as a pack, but being a little bit stronger here with the mid-season.
Yeah, the idea with mid-season, this is probably going to be true with most mid-season updates,
it's so
is
weird
that we're trying to move everything a little closer together, and also to set up for the next season where there will be a lot more upheaval.
Yeah.
Right, so we're like prepping everything to be kind of close. And then,
upheaval.
Oh yeah.
I was like, ha ha ha.
But you know, we're getting ready for season 7, which will be a lot.
Is that an
impactful.
Easter egg? No. Cool, awesome. Well, I know we have again, Adam had mentioned that this is just a very small.
It's a lot more than just that.
There's a lot more than just what we showed here. That would be the shortest.
Yeah, I really hope.
But we do actually
hope
have
there's a lot more.
patch notes coming out later this week that will have all the different class changes and everything with the mid-season update. We do have a few other things that are actually also hitting related to rune words, and a thing that a lot of people have been talking about. Which is shrines specifically.
Yes.
So we can shrines.
What's wrong with shrines?
What's wrong with shrines?
They're
What's
terrible.
Wrong with the conduit shrine that I don't purposely ignore. Yeah.
You mean the real cursed shrine?
There you go.
All right, jumping into rune words first. We are doing some tuning changes to rune words. I will tease a little bit that we do have some more impactful changes coming in Season 7, so tune in next week for them. But in the meantime, we did do some rune word buffs to ones that aren't being used as much, mostly by lowering offering costs. Some examples here, we got the Moni rune word. The offering that you get is increased from 25 to 35. The Ahu rune word, the offering is being increased a lot from 10 to 25 when hitting injured enemies. And then I'm just going to butcher it. I don't know how to say it, but the Se rune word. The wolf spirits are now always going to be unhindered. So, you know, we often run into issues where companions and things like that have trouble getting to enemies, but since, you know, they're spirits, So why would other things get in the way? So now they'll always be moving through enemies and getting to their targets a lot quicker.
It's not going to be that useful.
And then shrines,
outside of just
heard some feedback
companion
that they
build.
don't really scale too well. So the artillery, blast wave, and conduit shrines will now deal more damage, and they're going to scale with you based on your level and your paragon level. So as you level up, as you get stronger, the shrines will be getting more potent with you.
It would be nice if they would just make the
We're gonna
conduit
kinda test
shrine,
it, let us know
not
how it goes.
change your
See
form.
if you actually enjoy getting them and want to get them now. We do see some room maybe to do some more things to buff them further if needed, but we're going to be trying this as a first step to see how it goes.
Yeah, I know we've heard from a lot of people about, like, especially as you get to later levels and you're towards like Endgame and Torment 4 and a conduit shrine appears and it's like, don't touch it because maybe that will make things slower, which it currently typically does for a lot of players, especially Spiritborn players. So it's cool to see updates to these shrines, and then of course, again, like feedback is really important for us to know, like, hey, did we hit the mark? Do we need to do additional things, or do we need to
I
tweak
just feel like they
anything? So
don't understand
after
the
you guys
Druid
get a
at all.
chance to
I don't
check out
understand
the
how they could
adjustments to the shrine. So that'll be
just
really
continuously
important for us.
buff Lupine Ferocity
Some other
and
things that are
not
coming down the
understand that
line,
it's
we
just
do
the way
have
it
some,
functions.
in-game
That's the
specific
problem.
events and items that will be hitting here in the coming weeks is a little bit after mid-season update. We do actually have we're bringing back the Red Cloak Horror, which is part of the Midwinter Blight event that we had last year, and we'll actually have a blog that details all the benefits and rewards out of this. It's like XP benefits, of course, that do come with this specifically, which is really great to have on top of another event that's coming, which is Mother's Blessing. And Mother's Blessing will also be, we'll have that in the blog. That blog is going to be hitting on Thursday, I believe.
More XP is
so
always
keep
good.
an eye out. For Eternal players, we also have a cool little thing, like kind of like a welcome back booster type of event for them, or maybe it's not an event. I don't know how to coin it, but like, Colin, what does that entail?
Yeah, so we wanted to put together just something to get you back into the action. I know part of X1 ended up sort of marking a bunch of items as legacy, so we just wanted to give everyone a one-time booster to come back. We're going to level you to 50. We'll give you a build that we've made. We've made 3 different ones per class. You'll be able to use it. I'm sure everyone watching probably doesn't care, but we have, you will care about this if you haven't done this, is we're going to unlock all the altars of Lilith as part of that boost. So if you log in and just use it, and you haven't got all your altars,
What?
get it for free.
Easy, nice.
Yeah, and if you're a
You mother-
base game Diablo 4 owner, you'll end up getting, I believe, 1 of those boosts, and then if you're a Vessel of Hatred, you'll end up getting 2 of those boosts on Eternal characters, which is kind of cool. So it's if you want to jump back in or anything, and you know, especially after the changes with, there goes my earpiece. I've been fumbling with it all day, and now it's gone. But I know a lot of players, specifically with Season 6 jumping back in, they noticed, as you mentioned, a lot of the gear went to Legacy gear, so this kind of gives them a way of being able to kind of recover some of that, immediately get back into it. Exactly. And then I believe we also have another free trial coming up for any new players that want to check out the Spiritborn. The Spiritborn will actually be part of the free trial, and that will be coming up here in the coming weeks. And so all this will be in a blog on Thursday, which is really cool. And then, of course, as we mentioned at the start of the show, we have another stream next week. We'll actually have a date for the stream later this week for players, so that you guys can keep an eye out for that. But that is our patch 2.1 PTR stream, and that one will be pretty beefy. We have a lot to talk about regarding patch 2.1, and of course everything that's going to be coming with Season 7. We are super stoked for that. The stream again will be a little early because of the Thanksgiving holiday, so a little bit earlier than when PTR is going to start. We do plan on having those notes available for players before the Thanksgiving holiday, and then I would expect that PTR to start after the Thanksgiving holiday, so when everyone is back in post-holiday and is able to monitor and see how everything is going with PTR and taking the feedback. So we'll have a stream next week. You'll see, of course, some of us back on stream next week for that.
I mean, no one's going to use Lupine
Ferocity.
Ferocity
We'll be joined by
over
Mr. Dan Tangway again.
Bestial
who'll be,
Rampage.
in Albany, and chiming in on all the stuff that's coming with Season 7 and patch 2.1. So lots of big changes coming specifically with that. I know we do want to jump into some Q&A really quickly. So if you guys have any questions, we have chat enabled on Twitch, so twitch.tv/Diablo. If you're watching on other channels and stuff like that, that's where we do take in specific questions. But feel free to drop in any questions. We'll try to get through as many as we can here. Again, this is just kind of an abbreviated stream for the mid-season update, and then we'll be back in a week.
Next week, yeah.
I get it. We took a little bit of a break from streaming, so it kind of makes sense. So that we'll be back pretty quickly. But I know our first question that we have is related to ancestral items. We get a lot of questions about ancestral items. I've seen a lot of questions. Oh, this earpiece is driving me nuts. Question number one, Adam, fix your earpiece. There's a plant right here, which you guys can't see, so I'm like having to read the screen. Any updates to ancestral items? Do you guys have any updates or news to share regarding that?
Yeah, I know we saw a lot of confusion in terms of maxing out a lot of the Codex of Power. In X1, we actually added roughly what we call ranks, 5 ranks, to a lot of the legendary aspects that were ancestral only. And I know that caused a lot of confusion. So currently how it works is ancestral items have a higher upper bounds on the rank that you can achieve for that aspect. And we have seen quite a bit of people struggling to max out their aspects. Generally, that was the goal, is that we do want to grind, right? Like we think it's good that you can sort of get an aspect right away, but we like that once you have that play style assembled, we still want things that you need to work on. That being said, we think it's a little bit too aggressive right now. So we are going to be making some changes, which we will detail next week, in terms of how that actually works. But just know that currently ancestral items are the sort of where you find the max rank of a lot of those aspects. But you can still find them on anything else that isn't ancestral, the lower version.
Yeah. I know, and we'll be talking more about ancestral items next week, specifically.
Yeah, the drop rates.
Yeah, a lot of stuff regarding that. Is there any plans? This is I'm taking a few questions from the forums and of course chat, because we did post this on the forums beforehand. Urza from the forum says, can we get boss materials to stack like runes or maybe even higher? Are there any plans for something like that?
Yeah, we are looking into it. There's things on the
definitely, because it is cluttering my inventory.
Duping that we're a little bit worried about, but we're looking at making a change sometime in the longer future.
Question from a couple people like Archangel 890 and I'm not gonna Dragonage says any chances that you guys will potentially change like XP gain, maybe the growth to Paragon 300. Is there any plans on maybe making adjustments or tuning specifically on that end?
Currently not at the moment. I think it's something we're monitoring though in terms of the feedback. We do like that you can get just about everything within the first 200 Paragon levels, and everything from there has a pretty steep diminishing return in terms of power.
Yeah, I kind of like that myself.
To you all is like you need to grind 200 hours to unlock your build and do all the things.
Yeah, you can unlock everything relatively quick. You don't need every single Paragon node.
So we've seen actually a lot of positive feedback that like you can get your build online and that you still have something to work towards. The sooner we sort of short circuit that Paragon grind, the more we sort of get back to that pre-expansion 1 state where you just don't get anything from killing monsters because you're Paragon 300 in the first 2 weekends. So currently, we're looking at monitoring it, and we're super open to the feedback. But so far, we've seen a good amount of positivity around it.
I think it's kind of in line with what you're talking about with the legendary powers, right? How like those last 5 ranks are on ancestral items only, and so our idea is like we want you to get your build online and play the way you want within a pretty quickly or whatever. But then you have something to work towards, like incrementally to become stronger and stronger, and that we're okay with taking a long time.
Totally.
As long as it's not like cutting you off from the build at all. Right?
Yeah, it's about getting you into the fun and like making sure that your build is blasting, but you have things to sort of use that build to blast for. Right.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and I think there's like the other thing that people are probably forgetting about is like we do have these events coming up and stuff, which also benefit some of the XP and everything like that, which will be a good opportunity for players to like be able to, if they really want, because as we've seen, there is a reward for getting to Paragon 300 and stuff. So if it allows players that opportunity to kind of use those events to be able to boost that, and we have obviously Red Cloak Horror stuff coming up here, and of course we have Mother's Blessing. So there's opportunities to help with some of that XP based off of those events specifically. So there is a question regarding materials again. Can we expect any additional buffs for drop rates on Rawhide, Iron, Forgotten Souls, anything like that?
Yeah, so actually it is in the mid-season, but we did buff Legion events. I know that was a personal favorite
that's
of
good.
a lot of folks for the mid-season. For
Pretty much no
Season
one.
7,
They
we're
need to
taking a
buff the
look at,
Baneful
just
Heart
sort of
drops.
buffing the various sources and also really drilling down on like what are the bottlenecks players are having and iterating towards that. There's no major changes coming in Season 7. Like we're not going to quadruple the amount of materials across the game. But it is something, again, in the spirit of like tightening the things that we have. We are actively looking at a lot of the material inflows and outflows, and we want to give you the tools to sort of get the materials that you're looking for. We're sort of what we're trying to do is ensure that there are things that you still care about, right? And you still want to grind. It's still in that spirit of like, it's walking that fine line of there are things to work towards without it feeling super tedious. So that's what we're trying to tighten and work towards.
There is a question regarding this from Remsterma says, do you have any plans on start bringing in new mid-season mechanics? I think for that more so, I would expect like larger mechanics, content changes, and stuff like that to happen around new seasons. As opposed to a mid-season update.
I'm just waiting for them to actually have new mechanics, like the Vampiric Powers or the Seneschal Pet, because we haven't had that from Season 5, the Season 4, Season 5, and Season 6. Like, it's always been just some loot board
type of content pieces around new seasons specifically.
Yeah, I think that going forward is mid-season is a time to just like tweak and iterate and use rework existing things, but we're really putting all of our bucks on like bigger upheavals, larger changes, lots of new stuff into the beginning of the season. So next week will be pretty exciting. We got a lot of new stuff coming in, but that's where we're kind of targeting that to make that kind of a big moment and exciting time to come back and play.
There is a question from Casual Dragon regarding Undercity drops and asking, is there any plans to potentially fix those, make those better, specifically on that end?
Yeah, so this sort of leads into, there are some ancestral drop rate changes that we want to talk about next week, but in general, what that'll mean is all the loot across the game will generally get better. So it is something that we're working on.
I'm about to take this earpiece and throw it across the room because it just keeps popping out and it's driving me insane. That's a question from Pez Radar. Question from Finamdar says, Diablo, any stability fixes coming? Been seeing a whole lot more crashes since the last couple patches. I will say that we've been monitoring. We can actually see whenever a player, series. We can actually see whenever a player actually crashes. We know it. We get logs from it on our end. I know that the engineering team here has been doing a ton of work on working to get the game more stable. You've probably seen a bunch of different small client patches go out. We actually just re-enabled like DLSS in a client patch that went out yesterday. There are additional changes and more reviewing that's being done from our side to ensure that the game is running very stable. So expect to see more of that as we get through this season and of course into next season, because our goal is to make sure baseline everyone can jump in without any of these types of issues and everything. And shout out to our engineering team. I know they've been working long and hard on figuring all this stuff out. They've been that's like their top priority right now.
They actually, behind the scenes, we even collaborate with them a lot on doing various things related to game performance under the hood, like making skills cleaner, making interactions cleaner. Like we're constantly doing stuff to make the game run smoother in the background. Pretty much every patch, like we're fixing multiple things. So it's definitely something that we're always working on actively.
Why so Blue Panda Bear? Any chance on tempering skulls can be used more than once? Investing time to finally get a rare drop and it bricks kind of doesn't feel too great. Any thoughts on tempering scrolls, how that's been going?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something we hear a lot of feedback on, and it's something that
just reduce the amount of affixes in each recipe. That's it. Like whatever
expansion 1 changes,
everything should be maximum 3.
Are 3. We also added, of course, the scroll of tempering or restoration in expansion 1 to see how that sort of changes things. So we're just really taking a measured approach. If we see still there's a lot of feedback that it just still isn't hitting that mark, we're absolutely open to changing things like potentially letting it be used more than once, and we're just sort of monitoring at this point.
We are getting questions about the armory. Stay tuned. TM soon. TM. We'll have information.
They need an auction
house. As you guys know, that has been in development. It's something that we've already confirmed about. I will be talking more about it here soon. TM. Keep your eyes peeled. Is that the term? Keep your eyes peeled.
Yes, it's the term.
I don't know. There's a saying that you know, stay tuned. I don't know. Last question here that we have before we head off is Hole's Transition says, will Dance and Knives get buffs and any changes to be more compatible with collecting loot, like opening doors, etc.? You know, when you're spinning to win with your knives and stuff. Is there any way of or any plans of potentially having them seamlessly move around around a dungeon or something like that from that end?
Nothing on my radar right now, but that's a good note to take.
It's a good note to take. It's a good note to take. Rogues want to spin to win.
And never stop,
I know,
ever.
You have to do all this setup and snapshot, and then you have to like open the door. So we do know that it's a thing.
Yeah. So we'll see. Well, stay tuned.
It would be kind of cool if they made it where you just blew the door off, like as you get to it, you hit it with the skill, it just blows the door off.
Questions and everything from
that'd be kind of cool.
We will have patch notes later this week, so stay tuned for that. The blogs for
patch notes later this week.
The Red Cloak Horror, our Eternal Boost stuff.
Not the Red Cloak Horror again. Oh no!
So also check out
that was a terrible event.
Update hits next week, so patch notes will be out before the mid-season update, and you guys will also hear about our stream date next week for the patch 2.1 PTR. So we'll be talking a whole bunch. That will be another beefy stream. Yeah, I know it was a little bit short. That one's going to be a little bit more beefy than this one. But look at this. 2 streams in 2 weeks. We're about to do it. So we will see you guys next week. Again, huge thanks to Colin, Adam, for joining us. Our wonderful mini Khazra over here. Super awesome, super cute. Love you, Aaron. So, thank you guys. We'll see you guys next week for our patch 2.1 PTR stream. And check out the blogs and patch notes later this week.
All right. Interesting stuff. Not too bad, I guess. I mean, not really too bad. I mean, it definitely could have added more information there, but it's okay. We'll see what happens with the patch notes. As long as the patch notes come through, because that did not leave me feeling too optimistic about the Druid. I really feel like they just don't understand what is actually wrong with the class. To even think that just giving Lupine Ferocity more damage is what that needs, that passive needs, is just silly. Doesn't need more damage. It needs to be reworked. It needs to work. It needs to function differently for it to be viable. Especially now with Bestial Rampage and Quick Shift being so good, and then obviously on top of that you have Wild Heart Hunger Boots, and that basically buffing that, and you know, buffing Bestial Rampage well above anything that Lupine Ferocity could even offer you right now. I mean, it's not even close. It's just not even close. Attack speed, a massive amount of attack speed, a massive amount of multiplicative damage. It's not even close. So, and the damage to injured enemies is just absolutely pointless. Like, adding damage to injured enemies is probably one of the worst affixes in the game. Like, no one's stacking that out. No one's gonna stack that damage bucket out. Just kind of silly to even think that that's something that you want to keep investing in. It doesn't even matter. Like, but we'll see what they have planned. I mean, at the end of the day, there's always Season 7. It's always Season 7. All right, let's go. Let's play some hardcore. Let's keep working on this character. Keep getting my gear set up. I got to get some veiled crystals, so we're going to do some of that. I ran out I spent about 1 billion gold trying to double crit quick shift on my ring and on my helmet, trying to get a double crit on willpower. Unfortunately, I didn't get it, but I did get super lucky and somehow got a double crit and then the triple crit on a quick shift. So it kind of made it up. It made up for it a little bit. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then obviously you can see I am missing a ton of Veiled Crystals. We need so much more. And I just keep getting shafted on the willpower roll. I'd like to get like at least a double crit there. So time to do some farming. Keep an eye on these Realm Walkers, because Realm Walkers are really good for gold in hardcore. You can sell opals for like 20 mil each in hardcore, which is a pretty decent chunk of change. Things are still a little bit too expensive, but it's not quite the same as softcore, so it's much more manageable. I also need to do all of my Duriel rotations. I think that'll help me get a lot of my... probably look for a group for that. I don't really want to do those solo. I want to get the most out of it because I want to get a really good Dolmen Stone Amulet. So just get as much as I can out of my materials. My bossing mats. While I have such an abundance. I have about 50 rotations of Andariel and Duriel, so. Every time I change the title of my stream on X from Restream, it just puts it right back. I don't know why. I've changed it several times now and just puts it right back to the original title for my first stream. I gotta figure that out. Oh, let me get back in it. I'm in Torment too. I didn't mean to be here. Let me get out of here. Forgot I swapped down to Torment 2 to help out. There we go. Back to Torment 4. We'll do this, then we'll do that pit to grab up the Tree Whisperers. I'm almost done with my second Druid for hardcore, so that'll be nice. Probably going to make that a Stormclaw Druid, but now with the buffs to Tornado, I kind of want to make a Tornado Druid. I might do that in softcore though. I have a Lightning Storm Druid I'm fixing up, so I'll see what the buffs are for Lightning Storm in the new patch, and then I'll finish that build out, and then I'll probably swap that build into a Tornado build. I like the extra 50% multiplicative damage on that Storm Chaser aspect. Honestly, though, I just wish they would make tornadoes hit enemies. Like, why not just make the tornadoes hit enemies? Because it would be really useful, especially when you're using something like Cataclysm, if your tornadoes just automatically hit enemies. I'm getting a lot of boss mats. I'll see how well I can farm tier 90s now. I should be able to farm tier 90s pretty well. Without the Quas rune. I want to get to the point where I can do tier 100 without Quas, and then I'll use Quas later for pushing the pit after the update. And I gotta get a XP well too. I have to do a nightmare dungeon. Let's get all of our boulders going. Make this easier to farm. Where are the enemies? Come on, guys. Spawn these things. Come on, Hurricane. I wish they would fix that. Button spamming to hit your skill. Yeah, I don't think they're you know, at the end of the day, I would have preferred, like, this is how I would prefer Storm Chaser to work, bro. I would prefer Storm Chaser to work in the way of where they actually make tornadoes just naturally hit enemies. And then what Storm Chaser would do would be like make it where your tornado will linger over a target. Like when it hunts a target, it actually gets to the target and it lingers over the target instead of running through the target and then coming back towards it. So that way your tornado's damage actually is applied to the target more consistently than what it currently is. Because all that happens right now is that it kind of runs over the top of the enemy, then it comes back, and then granted with enough attack speed and you get enough tornadoes in the room, you put out a lot of damage, but it just kind of, if they would just make tornadoes naturally target enemies, it would make the skill better and it would make Cataclysm better. I'm not sure what the purpose of making it where a skill that you're casting does not normally target the enemy. Just not sure about that. I think if they just changed it to where the Storm Chasers made it linger over the target, it would make Tornado. I mean, you really wouldn't even need to buff the damage directly, because your damage would be being applied throughout the duration of that one tornado. So you would see a massive damage increase just by making that simple change. You know, it doesn't need to be a massive change. I'm going to do a Nightmare Dungeon before I tackle that pit, so that way I can get a XP. An XP well. Just like to change the Lupine Ferocity, man, the way they changed it, it's like it doesn't need more damage. It's still not going to be good. It doesn't need more damage. It needs a rework. Like, it needs a rework where you can actually apply whatever damage it does give you to whatever werewolf skill you're using immediately. Like, it shouldn't be like every third hit. That's just so clunky. And it also cuts the damage multiplier into a third, right? Because you have to do it every third hit, so you're not getting that benefit. Plus, damage to injured enemies is absolutely pointless. It's not useful. Like, we want damage throughout the entire thing. I don't really care too much about when an enemy's almost dead. It would be different if injured enemy counted like at 50%, but it doesn't. So I think it's like 35% HP. And if you already got something at 35% HP, you don't really care too much. Like, but every third hit has to go, man. That's just, it needs to be able to be applied the entire time, because you have things like Bestial Rampage, which give you a massive amount of attack speed and multiplicative damage all the time, especially when you're using Wildheart Boots. So, and Wildheart Boots are so good because they give you everything, right? They give you more attack speed if you need more attack speed, which you really don't, because of how Bestial Rampage works. Give you resistances, they give you damage reduction with heightened senses, which is insanely good. Heightened senses is awesome. And it gives you movement speed, and it gives you an evade after, evade cooldown on hit, on attack. So I don't even think it should be damage to healthy. It should just be damage in general. Like, it's just damage to healthy, damage to injured are terrible. Like, no one wants those. We want you need damage throughout. Plus, a lot of times the damage while too healthy or damage too injured, it's not enough to compensate not having that damage the entire time, right? It's just not enough. Only getting that amount of damage for that small portion of the enemy's health is not enough. Not in this meta. Definitely not in this meta. You need to be able to deal damage the entire time. Well, that's not, we don't know the official patch notes. The official patch notes, from what we've seen, the Storm Chaser aspect buffed up Tornado quite big, like 50% is pretty nice. And then obviously Companions getting more damage, which is really weird, because if they played Druid this season, they would know that Wolves is actually one of the better Druid builds. I'm perfectly fine with the buff because I like Companions anyway. But of all the builds, like, that wasn't really one that was needing more damage. I'll take it, but there's hopefully, like, I always hope that there's going to be more in the patch notes. But typically, historically, in terms of the Druid, every time I see patch notes, it's barely anything. It's barely anything every single time. I can't think of a single season where I'm like, man, they really went in on the Druid. They did a lot. It's usually minimal changes to the Druid. And there'll be like a full page for the Rogue, a full page for the Sork or something, like a ton of stuff for Necro, what Barb. And it's like Druid, we buffed Ravens. We buffed Ravens, and we buffed we buffed Constricting Tendrils. It's like, okay, thank you for nothing. So, I don't know. Hopefully, like I said, there'll be a lot in the patch notes. hopefully there will be a significant amount of stuff that we can actually get to play around with and enjoy for the rest of the season. But as always, there is always Season 7. I'm happy to hear that they're going to be focusing more on actually fine-tuning the game. There are just so many things that need to be fixed. There are so many things that don't work as they're intended to work. I just really hope they add more stuff to do in the end game outside of the pit. I don't really like the pit. I don't think it's fun. Like, for me, the pit is not fun to push. I don't see it as a challenge just because it's basically static. It's the same thing over and over again. Not that I have a problem with that. I don't know. It's just not fun for me. I would much more like something that's like endless waves of enemies coming at you. Something that's a little less on the rails, I guess. I don't know. But definitely we need something more. And the fact that we don't even have leaderboards. They took the only leaderboard we had, which was the Gauntlet, out of the game because no one was playing the Gauntlet. Mainly because, A, it was absolutely hot garbage in terms of rewards. Like, no one was doing it for rewards. And B, it kind of just felt, not really well thought out. So still have to wait to see what they do with the Gauntlet. I'm not even sure. The fact that we can't even use it this season is makes me wonder what they have in store for Season 7. Like, I would like to have some type of normalized game mode. I do think that it's a bit, with all the item duping and RMT that goes on, I feel like a normalized game mode for leaderboards would be much better than having, like, everyone using their best gear, because at the end of the day it's going to boil down to like whoever has the best gear in most circumstances in terms of who wins, like who gets the top spot. So it'd be kind of interesting if they had like a normalized game mode where you just got a set of gear or a pre-built kind of setup, and then you had to go in and do it, much like D3 was in a way. But I don't think people would be happy with that, so. I hope eventually we get a PvP season. I would love to have a PvP season where they actually address PvP and make it a lot more fun. I gotta go through my stuff and kind of throw out a bunch of gear. I'm sure I don't need all this gear. Yeah, well, here's the problem with Lightning Storm in any channeling skill is that it doesn't overpower. And this is a season of overpowers, right? Every build has to overpower. I will say, except for Wolves. Wolves kind of is so powerful that it actually doesn't need to overpower. That's the one Druid build that honestly doesn't need to overpower, and it does quite well. But that's mainly because they buffed the hell out of it, like over and over and over again, and they changed Shepherd's aspect to affect your companions, which was an awesome change. So that's probably the only skill. Everything else, Lightning Storm, Lightning Storm, Stone Burst, anything that can't overpower is going to be a lot less potent in the end game. I'll also say that anything that was designed to overpower initially, like Pulverize. Pulverize was designed to overpower around the overpower mechanic initially, which is where it drew most of its strength, and other skills were not. The problem now is that now that every skill basically has free access to overpower, or a lot of the skills do, the fact that Pulverize was initially designed around overpower makes it incredibly bad because the damage output is not even close. Like the attack speed and the damage output isn't even close to some of the higher end builds that can now have access to overpower more frequently because they deal damage more frequently. So one of the things I wish they would do with overpower is either crank up the damage on the base skill or crank up the overpower multipliers. So I would probably prefer more damage on the base skill, to be honest, like bringing your non-overpower hits closer to your overpower hits in some way, or just give you more ways to overpower consistently to make Pulverize really kind of catch up with some of the other builds for the Druid this season. I would say Pulverize is on par. It's probably on par with Lightning Storm. Like, if you build out Lightning Storm correctly, I'm actually building my Lightning Storm build. I was waiting for the patch notes to finish it up. But because of this, how slow Pulverize is, and you know, it's not, and the fact that Lightning Storm can crank out damage fast, I actually think Lightning Storm, even though it's not the best in terms of damage, is probably your best farming build. Did it? I haven't seen anybody. I've been looking at the boards. I didn't see any Lightning Storm builds at 105. Yeah, if Lightning Storm hit 105, yeah, it's clearly... Companion's at 107. The last time that anybody pushed with it, Companion was at 107. And I think it could go higher than that. I'm not sure. I haven't seen the 105 Lightning Storm pit clear. But I definitely know Companions can go way, like, definitely a few more pit tiers above 107. Is it just Cataclysm? Because that's what I'm doing with the Lightning Storm build that I'm making. Is it just a Cataclysm Lightning Storm? Not sure. Yeah, I haven't fully min-maxed any of my softcore builds. I don't know if I will actually, but I could definitely see where Lightning Storm could. On the PTR, my opinion of it, it was basically like a replacement for the Storm Slide, right? Because you have so much attack speed, you have the double damage and everything. Just haven't been able to actually see how far you can actually go with it. Let's see what happens when we try a 90. Oh, I could tell you everything that's on the build already. I don't even need to watch the video to tell you what's on the build, right? It's a Tempest Roar helmet, shroud, chest piece, or Mad Wolf's Glee. Pants are going to be a regular pair of pants with most likely armor or some kind of resistance, you know, maybe willpower, maybe HP. Nothing too crazy. Boots are going to be Wild Heart Hunger boots with Bestial Rampage. Weapon, you can probably go with a staff for attack speed, or you can go with a pole arm for more vulnerable damage. It's really up to you on the weapon. And then you're going to put retaliation on the weapon, so you get the double from retaliation. On your amulet, you'll probably use, if you're using Cataclysm and Mjolnir Ring, you're going to use Unsatiated on the amulet, most likely. I tried running around with some Stone Burst. It just felt awful for shattered defenses. And then a Mjolnir Ring, and then Ring of Starless Skies. That's pretty much the build, right? You're gonna run willpower gems. You know, you'll probably run some ultimate cooldown type of rune word, and then you're just gonna throw 3 crits into chance to deal double damage with Lightning Storm. 3 crits into attack speed, most likely, on your Ring of Starless Skies. Your amulet's going to be willpower percent, and venom, and quick shift. Your gloves, obviously, your unsung ascetic wraps are going to be your gloves, with all your crits going into Lightning Storm. It's a pretty straightforward build. There really isn't anything special. Like, glyphs will be electrocution, earth and sky, headhunter, spirit, and then I'm forgetting one. Lightning, probably fulminate. No, it'd be. I actually have it put. It's not hard at all. It's not hard to put together at all. It's actually super easy. I'll show it to you in a second. I'll show you my build. It's super easy to put together. I just haven't done anything like significant with it. It's a bit squishy right now. I need to crit the heightened senses on my Wild Heart boots. And then really the rest of it's just going to be gear dependent. Like everything is gear dependent. You have to get the GAs on all your gear pieces. You got to get the masterwork crits going. All of that stuff is the real time sink. Getting the perfect aspects too, that's a big one. Especially because you're using retaliation on the two-hander. Oh, my potion ran out. I'm using the wrong room word. There we go. All right. We'll kill this guy, and then I'll look at it. And then I'll have to get my XP thing back up again. Look at all the red, man. Ay. Could it get any redder? Alrighty. Alright, I'll look at the video real quick. Where's my, Did you link it? I don't see, I'll just show you what I have. Now I did get really lucky in this season on softcore with Tempest Roar helmets and stuff. So I have one more of these actually. So it's kind of cool. But Tempest Roar, then Mad Wolves, this will be a Shroud, right? Unsung Ascetic Wraps. Skinwalkers, you can use something else other than Skinwalker. I like Skinwalker to keep up Fortify. Wild Heart Boots, getting your crits into Height Instances to make you more tanky. You don't need the Shapeshift attack speed. And then all of your crits go into Chance for Lightning Storm to deal double damage, right? That's what you want the most. You get your Mjolnir Ring for the 100x. Get some crit chance, nothing too crazy. Ring of Starless Skies, probably go attack speed again or keep crit chance. And then willpower and venom and chance, and then quick shift on your amulet. And then you put shred there. Yes, it does depend on crit chance. Your ascetic wraps depend on crit chance. So you need to have basically 100% crit chance. So you constantly get that double lightning strike on enemies. Right? So you want to have as close to 100% crit chance as you can possibly get. And then I use swooping attacks and critical strike damage, clarity to extend the duration, and then calm before the storm to cool down your ultimate, weirdness on the deer, right? And I have Headhunter, Electrocution, Keeper. That's what I have. I have Keeper. That's what I was missing. So Keeper instead of Fulminate. And then you grab up the Lust for Carnage. And then this set of crit damage nodes here. Big crit damage. Spirit here. And then your Earth and Sky here. And what it basically and honestly, in my opinion, this is probably the fastest Infernal Hordes build, like in terms of how fast you can farm, and just has so much. Yeah, it just takes some time. You just have to you have to get your items, and big one is getting the Ring of Starless Skies. Has a decent amount of crit chance there. You know, it can be a little difficult. One of the tempers I always grab up is either chance for lightning storm, like storm critical strike chance, or werewolf critical strike chance. That's a big one. You'll see that temper for your weapon, just to help give you that extra critical strike chance. You see that temper on my staff is pretty low though. It's a 10.4, the lowest you can get. You can, and I'll look at the link. You can tell me if this is what's happening here. I'm going to put this build out soon. I just have to finish it up. I've just been focusing on my hardcore character. So basically, just hit your Cataclysm, gives you infinite resources, and then you just swap between Bear and Wolf to keep your Bestial Rampage up, your Wild Heart Boots up. And then the rest is up to you. Like, increasing your attack speed will increase the speed at which your lightning strikes. You use your wolves on bosses. I just have to make this thing more tanky. It's not very tanky. I think I can do a tier 90. I'm not sure. Let me check. I think I can do a tier 90 pretty easy with this. I honestly don't know. Because I need a lot more damage reduction. That's one area I'm struggling at with this build, because the HP is so low and the DR is so low. I don't have a Shroud for this build yet, which is a nice chunk of damage reduction. I think I've done a tier 90 with it. I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can tell you what's on these builds. I already know, because nothing's really changed. Nothing has changed with the Druid in forever. Let's see where I'm at with my damage. Maybe not. I might not be able to do a tier 90 yet, honestly. I need a lot more damage. Yeah, I don't think so. Not yet. Not yet. I know I can do an 80, 85. See how, like, I gotta get some tankiness on this thing. It just takes too much damage. Yeah, I gotta work on the build a little bit. Gotta work on it a little bit. Oh, let me repair my gear. Yeah, I gotta masterwork my gear, crit it right. All of that comes down to crits. You have to understand how much damage you actually get. It's a substantial amount of damage you get when you get those triple crits, right? If I triple crit wild impulses, if I triple crit, you know, this doesn't matter too much. HP, you could crit HP. That's really the only thing you're going to get any benefit out of anyway. Critting the lightning storm ranks here. Critting the heightened senses for damage reduction. Triple critting your lightning storm chance to deal double damage. On your Ring of Starless Skies, I would probably recommend attack speed, like a GA attack speed if you have it, and then critting that because you have fewer resources of attack speed. But if you need, you can always do like 2 crits attack speed, 1 crit and a critical strike chance, depending on what you need for the build. For Mjolnir Ring, obviously, willpower would probably be the best if you have maxed out your crit chance. Willpower will be the best. And then your amulet, obviously, critting Envenom a ton of times. Envenom is going to be the best thing. So, but that's really what it is. All of your damage comes from that. Like, you can have the same build as another person, and you're going to be like, why am I not dealing the same amount of damage? I followed their build exactly the way they have it. A lot of times it just comes down purely to they have better gear than you do. In most circumstances, actually. Like, especially if they're a content creator who does this all the time. You have to understand, like, they have multiple people helping them. They might even get things given to them. Plus, they're playing the game constantly, too, on top of that. They have some of the best players playing with them who understand how to do everything efficiently. So, you know, if you ever find yourself questioning your damage, it's largely due to, you know, just not having the best gear. Yeah, Companion and Boulder are those builds are really easy. Hurricane is annoying to play, so you won't ever see me advocate for playing Hurricane. I know people like it. I'm not going to hate on them. I personally think that build's an abomination. But Companion gives you that instant damage really fast. It doesn't require a whole lot of investment in terms of your gear. And then once you start getting really good gear, you start seeing pretty big jumps in your damage. And then same thing with Boulder. I'm going to build a Stormclaw build here in Hardcore, because I know a lot of players have been asking for that. I have pretty decent gear. I'm going to tell you, this game has basically said you're playing Stormclaw the whole season, because I have good Crone Staffs on both Softcore and Hardcore. I got these Pangor Gauntlets that I'm going to go ahead and use. I typically don't put that in my Stormclaw builds, but I'm just going to go ahead and use it for this season. And then always got everything else is pretty good. Oh, another pair of armor pants. Yeah, I have quite a few Dolmen Stone amulets. If you add me in game, I have no problem giving you an amulet. But I always recommend play what you enjoy. Don't play what the best thing is. At the end of the day, if you don't enjoy playing the pit and that's not your goal for the season, play the build that you enjoy the most. Like, I enjoy Shred, but I also really enjoy Boulder. So this has been a good season for me. Like, I really enjoy both of those builds a lot. Let's get back at it. I have so many Duriel runs. I think I might go ahead and do some of these boss mats too. Just to keep them kind of managed. Sure, I can give you a quick breakdown of a Stoneburst build, right? So obviously you're going to use the totem, right? You get a good totem. So you're probably going to use a one hand. You're not going to use a mace because you can't overpower. So you're going to use a sword. So you get that extra critical strike damage. You're going to run you're probably going to run retaliation on your amulet. Hey, what's up, Kettle? What's up, brother? Then it depends on what you want to do. If you want to go bear form, you can go bear form with it, or you could stay human form and use probably still just go bear form. Vasili's Prayer, Shroud, Shattered Defenses. Obviously you're going to use all of the offensive aspects for Stoneburst. Then chance to cast Stoneburst twice. You're going to triple crit that every time. And then for your glyphs, it's going to be Outmatch, Outmatch, Headhunter, Earth and Sky, Spirit, and not Dominate. Sorry. What's another one with a multiplier? You could use Fang and Claw, but you probably wouldn't want to. You probably actually want to stay at a distance and use Nature's Reach. So you probably wouldn't want to use Fang and Claw. You'd probably use something like Tectonic. Let me look at my glyph. You could use Shapeshift. You could use Tectonic. Yeah, I would either go with Shapeshift or Tectonic. You wouldn't use Dominate because it can't overpower. Well, Landslide's doing fine, man. I wouldn't say it's not doing great. Landslide's doing pretty good. It's hit tier 100. I think it's good. But the biggest reason why Landslide isn't doing as good as it was is mainly because of the change to the Wild Heart boots. You know, it's like before you would use Wild Heart boots and it would just give you a big multiplier. On top of that, you would use Ursine Strength, right? And you would get a big overpower multiplier as well as the HP, so your overpowers are really big. I have a Landslide build, I just haven't pushed it as far as I can go. I don't think it's actually bad. I think it's right up there. I just don't think it's a popular build right now because, you know, no one's really pushed it to as far as it can go. Yeah, I wouldn't use Nature's Fury. I wouldn't use Nature's Fury. I would stick with like Insatiable. I would stick with Ursine Strength, something like that. Not Ursine Strength, sorry, but Bestial Rampage. I would stick with Bestial Rampage. So you get the attack speed, you get the added damage, you constantly swap between... You don't have to constantly swap between Werewolf and Werebear, but you definitely want to go with something like Bestial Rampage. I feel like you get way more out of that. But yeah, I think at the end of the day, what it boils down to though is you're not quite like, if you're looking at the pit leaderboards, you're seeing people with top tier gear, right? And if no one's taken the time to actually build out Landslide with the best of the best gear and have everything working perfectly with perfect aspects and stuff, there's always going to be that, you know, there's always going to be that disparity there. But I wouldn't say that Landslide is in any way, shape, or form a bad build. The problem with Landslide is more or less when you get into a party. When you get into a party, it is a pain in the neck to maintain your spirit. Overall, it's a pain in the neck to maintain your spirit. You have to go through several different, you know, jump through several hoops just to make sure your spirit stays up with Landslide. And if you can't kill, if you kill enemies too fast, you're going to have spirit problems. It's just not quite as easy to play in groups and solo. So you'll probably won't see as many people run to that build, right? As where something like Boulder or Wolves or Hurricane doesn't really have that issue, right? It's super easy to play in groups, super easy to play solo. You don't have to jump through too many hoops to get your damage out. You know, it's pretty straightforward. You should be able to get plenty of it. I mean, your shattered defenses will affect your it's going to affect your damage from your it's going to affect the damage from your stone burst skill. So, you're still going to get use out of it. I think the only way you could probably run the Nature's Fury is if you did like Lightning Storm and then chance for Lightning Storm to deal double damage, kind of like trying to basically build a Storm Slide setup, but I don't think you wouldn't be able to proc it enough to get anywhere close to Storm Slide. What offensive? Yeah, the Campfire chat, Kettle, you did miss it, but there wasn't really a whole lot they showed. There were some decent buffs to the classes, but just wait for the patch notes, man. The patch notes are going to have everything in there. The patch notes, they really didn't offer a lot. Wolves, for weapon timbers on Wolves, chance for Wolves to deal double damage, and then crit chance. Werewolf skills have crit chance. I think those are the two best to go with. Yeah, it should work on your Stone Burst. That's the way I understood it to function. It would be pretty pointless for them to give it that multiplier and then it not actually affect the Stoneburst skill itself. Well, that's a good ring. Willpower. Wish I could sell this, but I need the Yeah, you most certainly could build it out that way. You could always test both of those different setups. Just test it. Just test it. You don't have to. If the wording is confusing, just test it. Just take it on, take it off and on. I wouldn't put much weight into what things say in the game. You kind of have to test everything. I think I'll keep the chest. I need to be a little bit more picky with my gear, though. Are you running chance for Lightning Storm to deal double damage on it?
Come back if you need the fort.
Throw these back in the chest. The only thing I would say, though, if you are... I just feel like it wouldn't be... It would just be a worse version of Lightning Storm, because Lightning Storm actually hits really fast. You can get it cranked up and just by itself puts out a decent amount of damage. Like, the only thing that really made Earthbreaker Ring so good is because it was bugged, where the landslide pillars inside of the AoE were actually casting... were actually proccing your Nature's Fury. I don't even think you would need the totem then. I don't think you would need... I don't know. I don't even know if you would need the totem then. I almost think you would do better with a two-hander with just the chance to deal double damage with Lightning Storm. I would probably only use the totem if you wanted to just go straight Stone Burst. But I don't think it's required if you're going for Nature's Fury to proc Lightning Storm. Well, you shouldn't in bear form. You should have a decent amount of tankiness in bear form. Especially with, if you proc Heightened Senses. Well, no, you're not. Never mind. I forgot. You're using Nature's Fury. Yeah, you would have... You'd probably still have some issues with survivability. I got a spark. Yeah, at this point, it just feels like if you're not going bear form, it just you're having issues with tankiness. You got to kind of make up for it in other areas. It's still not. You're never quite as tanky. That's a good. And it makes it even worse because you get a lot of damage out of bear form too. So not only do you get a lot of tankiness, but you get a lot of damage. So it almost makes it where you tend to lean towards those builds more. If you're going with Nature's Fury and getting most of your damage out of Lightning Storm, and you're not worried about damage coming from you're not going to be worried too much about the damage coming out of your Stone Burst. And the crit damage isn't going to be better than more percentage to cast your to get double damage off of your lightning bolts. The crit damage and the crowd control damage, none of that's going to be better than just having a higher chance to deal double damage with your lightning bolt, your lightning storm. Plus, you get the added benefit of having a two-hander that gives you a double, the 200% out of an aspect. So that pretty much takes care of all the damage that you would lose right there. You'll be doing way more, you should be doing way more damage with a two-hand weapon. The only skill that counts as both is the Lightning Storm. The only skill that's going to count as both is the Lightning Storm procs. Your actual Stone Burst skill only counts as an Earth skill. So you're only focused on the damage coming from your Lightning Storm. Look at this piece of trash. A 3GA piece of trash. Ugh, that sucks. That's good. You still want to keep your Earth and Devastation, and you still want to keep your Thunderstruck, but you're only keeping those 2 things for your Lightning Storm procs. So if you like, you don't really even want to go 5 points. You don't even want to go 5 points into Earth and into Stone Burst. You want to go 5 points into Lightning Storm. We'll do one more, and then we'll go to the next boss. Hey, nice. Ah. I'll keep it just in case. I'll keep it just in case. I don't think there's anything for me to use that with. No, you're not crazy. Alright, let's throw that back in there. And then let's go do some Beast in the Ice. You're basically, what you want to do is basically build that build exactly like a Lightning Storm build, because that's what you're doing. You're casting Lightning Storm. You're just using a skill other than Lightning Storm to cast Lightning Storm. You'd still want to go like, you know, Keeper, Spirit, Earth and Sky, Electrocution, things like that. Those are the glyphs you want to be picking up. You don't want to grab up anything like Outmatch or any. Well, yeah, you don't want to do that. Yeah, you don't want to grab that up. Just build a Lightning Storm build, but use Earth and Stone Burst. That's all. Are you playing softcore? Well, I could see why you would use Werebear if you're having a hard time with survivability. But if you're not having a hard time, if you end up getting to the point where you're comfortable, you could probably swap that out for something else like Headhunter, just to give you more damage. Willpower is a massive. It's just so with with the willpower scaling that we have on a lot of our gear pieces, like it's pretty good to have a lot of willpower this season. Even though they nerfed it before they launched the season. Hello, my son. I'll go ahead and keep this. One more. Well, you gotta, like I said, again, you have to understand that they probably have really good gear. You know what I mean? Like, they have really good gear, and that will make up more than anything. Like, come on, pick this up. Well, that's cool. Let's go do some Zur, and then we will, let's stick all this stuff in the chest real fast. Let's take out our Lith and the Quas. I honestly, though, you won't see very many people. I'm probably one of the only people who will put out videos where I'm not using like insanely good gear, just to give a more realistic expectation to people when they try things out. Because I find that a lot of people have that issue. It's like you look at a build that someone's made, you emulate that build exactly how they've made it, and then you're like, well, where's all my damage at? They're doing X amount of damage, and I'm not doing that damage. Well, they've spent a substantial amount of time, a substantial amount of gold and resources in perfecting their gear. What's up, my boy? Meanwhile, you're here, you're here with like basic gear. Maybe you've masterworked it to 12, but you haven't double crit or triple crit anything of value to your character. And you're like, well, where's all my damage at? Where's all that big damage I've seen in the video? Yeah, I just want to give people a more realistic expectation, especially because a lot of players don't play this, religiously. It's like you play it casually, you don't have as much time. you're not going to be able to get... It's hard for me, and I play this more than average. I wouldn't say I play it as much as, like, hardcore, like, top players play it, but I put in a fair amount of time, and I definitely don't have anywhere near a min-max character, and it definitely is a lot harder to get that stuff, especially if you're playing by yourself, which the majority of the player base actually plays by themselves. They don't actually play in groups, so... Holy shit, man, I'm getting all these, Wow, I'm getting pretty lucky. Alright, that's, I'll keep that. I don't know what I'm going to use it for, but I'll keep it. Well, here's the thing about the Campfire chat, though. Tornado might seem interesting, but we don't know what the rest of the stuff is going to be, right? They said there's a lot more. A lot more. Now, I'm going to take their word for it, even though, like I said, historically with the Druid, there typically isn't a lot more, but there may be a lot more, and what might end up happening is that all of the builds will still be the best builds, right? There are not going to be any shakeup in terms of what is the best on the class. They're just going to be more builds that feel better, right? I actually want to make a tornado build because I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it really is that bad right now, especially because of the Zenith ring, and you can overpower tornadoes. So I'm pretty interested in it. I just haven't had the time. I'm working on my Lightning Storm build. I'm gonna work on a Stormclaw hardcore build. I then might go back and touch. What am I even saying? I then might go back and make a tornado build with the changes, but we'll see what happens. Like, if there really isn't that much, you know, in terms of changes, and it's just that 50x, and then they give everything else a bunch of damage too, then the tornado build will be exactly the same tornado build it's been every single season. All right, I'm gonna keep all of my other mats to do with a group of people.
Ruin all that work.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. All right, so we have almost 50 rotations of Duriel, and we have 50 plus rotations of Andariel. That's good. I'll put these potions in here too. Let's see if there's I still need to work on my glyphs some more. I might go ahead and let me see, where am I at? No, I'll probably use some Infernal Horde. Let's go get an XP well, and then we'll jump into some Infernal Horde. Still have a lot of damage to pick up with this build. Let me go check and make sure I'm not forgetting anything back here. I can't tell you one thing. In Season 7, I guarantee you they're going to make all these dungeons just like this. Oh, yeah. Likewise, brother. I appreciate you stopping by, man. If you have any questions, anytime, bro. Come on, XP well. I'm gonna have to go all the way back. There we go. Nice. We'll just go ahead and kill this guy, and then we'll go back. That was cool. The 2-stage boss. That's pretty dope. I haven't done a lot of Nahatu dungeons, so... Come on, willpower. There we go. Come on. Oh my God, thank you, Jesus. Off. Oh, finally. After all that gold, after all that money spent, I got lucky. That feels kind of good. That feels good. That feels pretty good. Hey, booger. All right, we're good there. Thank you, brother. Yeah, man, I got super lucky right there. I got that the triple crit here and triple crit there. So all that money, I was having some bad luck for a long time. Some real bad luck for a long time. Oy, oy, oy. That is taking forever. I got to get Boulder hit here. And then I got to get Wrath skills for here. I don't know, though. I kind of want a better Dolmen Stone and a better pair of boots. I'd like to just, before I even do all that, I think I'd... I actually like running it with a plain ring with cast Wrath skills restores primary resource because it gives you basically infinite casts of Boulder. That's personally what I like to do. And then obviously you don't really lose that much damage because if I get a better aspect from Changeling's Debt, it goes up to 65% multiplicative damage. I also have an opportunity to put on, say, like, you know, chance to make enemies vulnerable. I can also get another willpower roll if that's something I wanted, but I'll probably stick with HP because I'm playing hardcore. You just don't really lose that much from your Ring of Starless Skies. So that's personally why I don't run it. Although you still can run it, it's perfectly fine to run. You know, it works really well. Ring of Starless Skies works well with everything. But I'm more interested in getting a max aspect, which is going to take me a lot longer than getting Ring of Starless Skies, unfortunately. But yeah, we're missing all that extra damage off of our aspects. It would be so nice to have. Plus, I don't have to run like chance to restore resources on my two-hand weapon, so I can roll on like what I have here, overpower damage or something like that. Let's see, we got 3 minutes on the Realm Walker. I don't want to pass up on that Realm Walker. So I think what we'll do, we'll go unlock this portal. Unlock the portal, then do the Realm Walker. Then we'll jump back into Infernal Horde and try to get some Paragon levels. I think I just need to focus on getting a couple more Paragon levels. Like get to 270-ish so I can get all of my Dexterity nodes done on my Spirit board and all my Int nodes done on my Dominate board. And then Willpower on my Headhunter. I prioritized all my HP for hardcore, and I'm not certain if I kind of like having the Werebear, man. That extra 15% damage reduction. I don't know if I absolutely need it, but I'm going to tell you what, it feels nice to have. I don't know if I want to get rid of it. I might if I start pushing Pit, like seriously, and I find myself hitting like a damage, like just a barrier in terms of my damage, and I can't get a better piece of gear, or it might take me longer to get a better piece of gear, I might swap that out for Earth and Sky. Maybe. But I'm not a big fan of pushing the Pit anyway, so. I'm actually playing around a little bit with playing a little bit a different way to, instead of going unstoppable, I'm using the crowd control duration reduction that you get from the Druid board. I actually kind of like it because I can spam Howl when I'm killing stuff to keep up the defensive damage multiplier buff, and it feels kind of nice. I don't have to I don't have to worry about my Bulwark being on cooldown and getting crowd controlled. Especially this season, man. They went overboard on the crowd control, man. They have like the enemies spawn 5 different crowd control puddles. I think before they only did 3, if I remember correctly. And I kind of really enjoy having that extra crowd control duration reduction from unrestrained. It just feels really good. All right, let's go. Where'd it go? Oh, I still have to kill Lilith. I haven't done that in hardcore yet. Although it can be a bit tricky with Boulder, because if you stun her at the wrong time and she bugs out, then I'm going to have to use my Scroll of Escape, and I really don't want to use my Scroll of Escape because of how hard it is to find them. Like, anything that stuns stuff, like anything that'll stun her a lot, especially on the platform phase, if she bugs out, I'm going to have to teleport out. And then it's going to take me forever to find another Scroll of Escape. I might wait to do it on my Stormclaw build. Hopefully I can make that build tanky enough, though. That's going to be the bigger issue. I think I have a pair of Wild Heart boots with a G8 of Height Instances in my inventory. That should help out a lot if I can hit that 3 times. All right, let's go get some opals. It is. I like doing Realm Walker. I'll sell the opals, and I always have that extra 15%, experience. Plus, I like getting the boss mats. I like doing the boss mats. It's kind of in hardcore. It's I don't have you. Are you playing hardcore at all? I don't know. If you are, then you know it's like hard to basically get parties together for doing like all the bosses. So mostly I just do solo self-found. So it kind of helps make sure I have a consistent stream of boss mats. Yeah, in hardcore it's a little bit hard to put parties together. So I typically just wait until I use my Duriel mats or my Andariel mats for doing parties. So I like just having those extra opportunity to get boss materials. Just makes it a lot easier to farm by yourself. And you can sell your opals for like 20 mil a pop on hardcore, which is actually really nice. They had a stack of I had a stack of 40, not 40, of 20, and I sold it for 400 mil, which is quite a bit in hardcore. Something really cool about hardcore too is if you're pretty good at it, you have a lot of players in hardcore that are trading their softcore gold for hardcore gold. And you can get a 10-to-1 ratio. So if you have like 10 billion softcore for 1 billion hardcore gold. So that's something else that's pretty nice about hardcore. If you have both, like I have both, so. And I actually find it much easier for me to farm gold on hardcore. Yeah, it really helps out, like, because I enjoy playing hardcore more than softcore, so, but I still want to have my softcore characters for whenever I play with people from streaming and everything, and most everybody plays softcore, so it's kind of nice to have that available just to, you know, if I have an excess of gold on my hardcore character, I just swap it out for some softcore gold and bang. And it's pretty reliable. Most people don't try to cheat you or anything. I haven't ran into anybody yet who's like scammed me or anything. Now, if we could only do the same thing for items, I'll give you my 1 GA item in a hardcore for your 4 GA item in softcore. Most, but what if they're trying to give you the dupe? That's the real. What if they're just trying to give it to you? I hope they fix, man, all the duping, bro. I hope they fix that stuff. It just destroys the economy for the casual player. Like, how is a casual player supposed to do this, man? I'm not sure. Like, how are the casuals supposed to be able to farm their gear? This isn't Season 5 anymore. I wish they would make things as rewarding as Season 5. I felt like Season 5 was such a good balance for the casual player. The amount of time you put in always felt rewarding, like you got so much done so quick with the Infernal Horde and the amount of loot you could get. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, bro. Trading it is almost necessary now. I used to be the same way. I wouldn't trade, but now it's like you have to trade, man. Everything is so expensive. If you don't have a lot of time on your hands to grind like crazy, you gotta trade. That reminds me of my Twitch chat, Kettle. Every time I get a random person in my Twitch chat, it's usually a solicitor trying to sell me their stuff. They're like, hey, you want to buy my logos? I'll do some logos for you, or a banner. I'll do a banner for you. No, thank you. I don't want none of that. I'm not giving you my credit card information. Get those elite going. Hopefully we get a double elite. I forgot I put it on my hot bar. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Boulder is, right now, Boulder is the best Druid build so far this season. Kind of up there with Hurricane and Boulder. But Boulder's way more fun to play than Hurricane. Hurricane's a pain in the neck for... I don't like that. I don't like those builds at all. You're coming in at a good time because everything just recently changed, and they're gonna have a mid-season patch soon, so that'll bring a lot of quality of life to you. As a new player, you'll probably find the game to be much more enjoyable once they add the little quality of life things. And then Season 7 will probably be a big season. I'd imagine most of the issues they're going to be fixing for Season 7, like they said, they're going to be working on fixing all the Spirit-born bugs and unintended mechanics, and kind of trying to bring some class parity down, you know, together, get everything kind of at least close to each other, you know, to some degree. So there'll be a lot more choices in terms of like classes to play. Well, there already is, but, you know, if you want to have an easy time playing the game, you're going to go Spirit-born. I personally can't play builds like that. They kind of a little too strong for me. I like to have a little bit of a struggle. I'm actually kind of excited to see how they fix the class, and then I'll actually get to play it and enjoy it. They did the same thing. So I originally was going to play Barbarian as a secondary class, but Barbarian ended up getting broken during Season 2, and then after that, I was just like a year long of just being an overpowered class. So I never really wanted to play it. So I'm kind of happy that everything's kind of balancing out now. It's going to make it where I actually get to enjoy other classes. Well, yeah, it's the new class, man. That's the new class for the game, and it's incredibly powerful, mainly due to bugs. There's also some mechanics that are rough, you know, pretty strong, but it's mostly bugs, mostly unintended mechanics. But are they as fun? Are they as fun as the better builds? That's what I always... Like, they have the same mobility and stuff, That's what I always... Is it going to be fun to play those builds? I don't know. I could do that, though. You are right. I could do that. I might actually try that out with the patch coming up. With the patch coming up, I might actually do that with my Spiritborn. Just kind of play something that's not broken just to see how it feels. But I also have my Barb, and I also want to level up, maybe I might do, go ahead and level a Rogue up too. The good thing is this is a full season, so I can spend time making builds, and then once the builds are done, I got probably do like two or three more builds for Druid, and then I'll jump around and just focus on like min-maxing maybe Wolves on softcore and Boulder on hardcore. Depending on what the patch brings out, if they bring out anything substantial on the patch, maybe I'll use a different build. I am interested in that Overpower Hunter Zenith Tornado, though. Sounds pretty cool. What's he doing? He's... He said, wait, where's the paper? Where's the wax on this thing? I've been fooled. He's going to be eating a lot of cheese like Jackson. Oh. That didn't sound good. Got pretty unlucky on this one. Maybe I'll get another elite something. Yeah, there we go. What's up, my boy? I can't. Come on. Dang, there's so many suppressor enemies this time. Let's just walk over here, do this one, do this one. I feel like a lawnmower. I think he he must have bumped his head. He likes to go on the chase his little brother, his big brother everywhere. Like to chase him around. Not bad. Not a great setup there, but we got, you know, got some elites going. Not one Hellborn. That's okay. Oh, let me check this. Need 2 more. We'll do this Tree Whispers real quick. I might start working on my Stormclaw setup. That character's almost done. That little boy has an infatuation with charger cables. And he's teething, so everything goes in his mouth. I'm not sure how he finds the things that he does. But he always finds himself getting a hold of something he's not supposed to have. Earlier this morning, somehow he found a you know those Baby Bell cheeses? His big brother loves those Baby Bell cheeses, and sometimes we won't even notice. He'll grab one out of the fridge, and he found a Baby Bell cheese and was just tearing right through it, paper, wax, and all. I was like, oh my god. He's got like all 4 of his top front teeth coming in at the same time. Yo, I really hope they buff up the Baneful Hearts, man. I was so I'm so shocked that they nerfed it. It's basically killed Helltide. Like no one even comes to Helltide hardly at all. And I know it's hardcore, but even then, like last season, it wasn't, you know, you could always find people in Helltide doing Blood Maiden. They need to keep making things exciting in the open world. I feel like the open world is it's just so much more fun to see other players, even if you're not playing in a group, just to see other players playing along with you. Like world bosses, more big events for players to come together and enjoy. How much, I'll go ahead and throw one in. never mind. I need to stack up more Veld Crystal. It's empty, buddy. Let's go open this chest and head back over there. Pick up our cash. And I think I'm at level 58 with that character. Not a single ancestral item. Not a single one. Should be maybe one more cash and I'll be able to work on the Stormclaw setup. I'm hoping it's not as bad as I think it'll be. I'm really hoping it's not as bad as I think it'll be. Kind of just want to do another Infernal Horde. I will do a Legion when they buff it. They're going to be buffing Legion events, so. I've done a couple of them. They're just so bad. The rewards are just so bad from doing those. I might do some pit after this, just to level like a glyph or two to 90. He's in here.
What you got in your hand? Something you're not supposed to. Let me see. Let me have it. Yeah. Come on. Here's your bottle. Oh! Oh, you stand up so fast.
Them legs is getting strong. Pretty good start so far. Oh, they're let my hurricane drop off. I have gotten a couple max on my aspects, but nothing that I need. It would be really nice to at least get something even remotely close to max on one of these aspects. Preferably the Changeling's Debt, just because then it wouldn't be such a big damage loss. Guess we'll just go with drain HP. Come on, give me a Hellborn, man. God, I keep not paying attention to my hurricane. Whatever. Whatever. They'll die fast enough now. This is probably the closest I've ever came to really fully building out an entire build. I just need to get a better Dolmen Stone. Let's go with more Summon Lords. Maybe I'll just stack out Lords if I keep getting them. At this point, there's really nothing else I can... I don't even know if it would be worth picking up any more Hellborn. They should give us unstoppable whenever we get whenever we get crowd controlled a bunch in a row. They should give us unstoppable just like they give the enemies. Dang ballistas were just keeping me in place forever. I didn't even notice that thing. 2 pretty bad ones in a row. I didn't even get any, like, lords. Like, what? That's crazy. Usually, well, the problem is I would have had to have gotten, like, Hellborn a bunch and then had a really good run, and then suddenly I accidentally picked lords, and then I get them all the time and no Hellborn. So that's probably what happened. Let's see. Nothing really that good. Cold resist, willpower, we got plenty of that. Two minutes. We'll do that one just because I want the Tree of Whispers. And then we'll do some pits. Get like maybe 1 or 2 glyphs to 90. Is Shattered Vow garbage? Oh, man. I think that was one of the only multiple GA unique items I've gotten. That and a Mythic Uniques. That and a Seelig. I think I got one Shattered Vow that was a triple GA, and I think I got... Might have been the other way around. I think I got a 4 GA Shattered Vow and a 3 GA Seelig. Go, go, go. And then after this, we'll do some pit. I think we'll have to do tier 90s. They should just keep treasure sacks in the game. I feel like treasure sacks are just so nice to have. It's kind of nice too because you at least know you're going to get something extra every time you find a treasure goblin. Off we go. I might just get like one glyph to 90. And then swap over to my Stormclaw build. What is that? I wish we had just a one-hand slot so I could equip this shard, man. I feel like that would make basic skill builds on Druid so nice if we just had like a dedicated one-hand totem slot. You could equip this sword, get that extra 200% multiplicative damage. That would make Stormclaw way, way better. Okie dokie. I kind of want to go get a well real fast before we do this. I don't want to be wasting time without getting the XP. Oh. Oh, I almost hit the I almost hit the conduit shrine. They almost got me. Oh, by the way, Kettle, if you're playing hardcore, you can sell the experience shrines. Like, people usually are looking for them. You can, like, type out in chat, like, selling XP well, 100 mil. That's usually what they go for. 100 mil. I'll see if I can't do one. If I find one, I'll see if I can't find somebody to come and buy it. Yeah, I had a guy earlier, and I was like, "Is that a thing?" Like, I was seeing him type out in chat, 100 mil. I was like, "Do you just go in and find an XP well, and you just come in and teleport to me?" And he literally just did that. He teleported in. I invited him to teleport in. He gave me 100 mil, hit the well, and bounced. Easiest 100 mil I've ever gotten in this game. Exactly. Even if you do get stiffed, it doesn't even matter because it's not that big of a deal, you know? That's such a troll. A big giant artificer chest and it gives you just one little... Should be some items in there, man. You go back that way. They were mentioning it, but they didn't say anything specifically, like what they were gonna do. They mentioned it, but they didn't say anything specific. So we'll have to wait till the patch notes to really see if they do anything about that. I'm hoping so, because I really would like to get my aspects maxed out. It's like 50% more multiplicative damage just sitting there, not being able to be used. They really didn't go into the amount of detail. They did say, though, the next live stream is going to be about the Season 7 PTR. There's going to be more information on that. So we will have that coming. You're such a cutie. You're such a cutie. You been being a good boy? Yeah. Yes. We're always loud. Jackson's loud, I'm loud. You have a big head.
All people in the house, you should definitely.
It's also not too bad to do these nightmare dungeons for runes either. You actually get a decent amount of runes out of here. If you get a Moni or a Bach rune, it's a lot of gold. There we go. Okay. Let's see if anybody wants to buy this thing. It's actually a pretty decent chunk of XP you get from these two. It's like 15% XP. I'm not sure why it's not. Not sure why it's not highlighted. Maybe I have to go do something. I'm not sure if they bug out. I think they do bug out too. Yeah. Thankfully, it doesn't do that much damage, though. I'll come back and see if it comes back up. I always hate when the succubus get like stuck behind a door and you don't see him. A lot of events in this dungeon, man. I will say I was kind of happy though that what they were talking about in the Campfire chat, bro. They're not trying to like boost everybody's power to like 150. You know what I'm saying? They're aware of how powerful the Spiritborn is, but they're not trying to constantly like increase the player power to that degree. So it seems like they are taking a more moderate approach to like buffing up people and trying to actually, you know, not give us so much player power that it makes everything in the game super duper easy without any kind of pushback whatsoever. I thought that was kind of nice. A lot of the things they were talking about in terms of like class balance are the same things I've been saying, so. But then season 7 will come around and they will have 7 different broken things that do way like that do insane amounts of damage, and then they'll be like, oh well, next season I guess. That's always what I worry about. Yeah, it must be bugged. This one must have bugged out. I think I'll do the boss and I'll do the Undercity. And then I'll do the pit. And then I'll do the pit. It's the only thing I don't like about the backtracking. I want to make sure I don't leave anything back there just in case. I gotta run all the way back.
Oh, it's yours.
Yeah, the dungeons are actually pretty decent. I think those XP wells do give you kind of an incentive to run dungeons early, like until you get your Paragon maxed out or whatever. Because they last a long time. They last like 2 hours or something like that. Yeah, I have to look at it. I have to look at the buff when I get it again. I'm surprised they didn't make it where your Realm Walker board, the whatever it's called, can't remember. I'm surprised they didn't make that where it rolled over like the in the original seasons where you could just get like a bag of random items. Because we still get favor, like we are still getting like rapport. What is it? Rapport? Can't see. It's weird that it just stops and you can't keep farming it. All the other seasons you could just get that reoccurring extra bag of random items. Yeah, it's just the mercenary isn't a seasonal mechanic. That's a in the game forever. Dude, no XP well? Come on now. On to the next one. Usually I find them a lot faster than this. Hey, we got a boulder. I already have a boulder though. We'll keep it. Think you could probably use that.
Carry the best shards of the heavens.
I'll put these in the chest. Where's that realm walker at? Let's just run this Mercy's Reach. It's pretty fast. Hopefully we can find one in here. Hey, a butcher. Hi, butcher. I haven't seen a butcher in forever. And it's been a long time since I've seen a butcher. Do. It's actually worth opening up those little chests now because the Obdicite you get in there. Drop this off. I hope they don't nerf Shroud, man. I really like Shroud. I think it's a cool item. I like the invisibility that it gives you. Even though it's not really useful for invisibility, it's still kind of cool. Well, not on the Druid anyway, because you always hit the Thunderbolt, the lightning bolt that comes down from overcharged atmosphere. So you don't really get much use out of it, but it still looks kind of neat. Come on, XP well. And not a bugged one. Never mind. What's this one? Let me go ahead and run this boss before it disappears. Do I have enough to do it? I actually do. It's kind of convenient. And then we'll do the Undercity, and then we'll go back to trying to find XP well. I should sell my boss runs. I should probably do that from now on. That way I at least make some money out of it. Oh, actually, let me go get rid of this stuff. I don't think I've done this event before. Okay. I'll be done. It's so chunky. My man just saying, get that one. It's like DJ Khaled. Not getting barely any XP from doing this. All right.
Blessings, stranger. I can still fight.
I was getting an XP well like almost every other dungeon. Maybe I was just getting pretty lucky. Oh, there it is. Oh, thank God. I'm not even going to try to sell nothing. Just going to pick it up. Get out of here. Go do some pit. Well, Undercity and then pit. I'm topped out on my obels. The only thing good I've gotten out of the obel vendor is unique items. I have never gotten a really good ancestral item out of there. Let's see. It's not bad. I don't really need it though.
Materials here.
Nah, I don't need that. Alrighty, where's the obel vendor? Down here. I still have to do the Citadel on hardcore too, but that's a big maybe. Let's see, Stoneburst. We can get some core skills, or at least an aspect at some point in time. All right, let's go do this over here. Then we'll do the other boss, and then we'll do some pit. Get like 90 on a glyph, and then swap over to my Stormclaw setup and try to start building that out. Why is this guy not dying? Okay, never mind. On to the next one. I wonder what I would end up with if I just did this, like did every single one of my runes, my rune offerings, or titans, whatever they're called. Probably end up with quite a bit of money at the end of it. All right. Last part. Dokie. Yeah, it's an hour. An hour and it's 15%. 15% XP. I have a perfect trample. If only it was good. 2 minutes on world boss. I'll go kill one Duriel. What GA does he want? I don't think I have enough hunters in his rings. Let me go to the world boss first. Yeah, it is small. It's a small world, man. Not many people play hardcore this season. Come on, Seabiscuit. I'm the only guy. Come here. It sucks that the Nahatu world boss is just a Shava. I could totally solo this boss, but this is going to take forever. Oh yeah, no problem, brother. We're just over here soloing the world boss in the Hatu. Everybody's over at the other boss. Nobody even comes down here, really. The music is better down here. Oh, here we go. We got somebody. We got Star-Lord with us. Go, Star-Lord, go. I feel like I'm watching Children of the Corn right now. Being chased by a bunch of little Amish kids with scythes. Ah, we've overcome.
I appreciate that.
All right. Dude, I'm never going to the pit. I'm never going to the pit. I'll find any reason not to go to the pit, man. I will find any reason not to go to the pit. When are they gonna bring back Malphus? That's what I want to know. That would be great now. Could you imagine they bring back Malphus, then they add a slot to our mercenary, and we can put a gym in our mercenary, right? That'd be pretty cool. Maybe we could put one in our mercenary and one in our reinforcement, so we always have one available. I'm just making content for the game right now. If they were listening, they'd be like, wow, what a great idea. Dude, come on, don't bug out. Is this thing bugging out, bro? Oh my god, bro. Done wasting my time. Oh, why? I don't know how much, man. What's he doing? He's coming this way. Is he just bugged out, or is he actually going somewhere? Okay, we're here. Alright, let's go. Hey, does anybody know off the top of their head, like, what the price of a Zenith ring is with a G8, a quick shift? You can find that on a trade site. Just post it in the chat, maybe. Like a mid-range, not the highest, not the lowest, but the middle. Don't worry about it. I don't even want to sell it. I don't want to go through all that trouble. I just need to do what I'm trying to do. This is exactly why we need an auction house. So you can just post items. Oh, damn, I got a lot of them. Okay. Now we'll go to the pit. For a couple runs. Okay, I was like, where is, did I use my potion? thought he was about to stab me with that sword. Alrighty. I can hear DJ. I can hear DJ running after him. He said, I'm finna catch him.
Stay right there. No, sir, stay. Someone will be decapitated. Stay right there.
The double.
Ready? Go.
I love when they get stuck in a doorway. It's probably my favorite thing about this, about a border build. Whenever the enemies get stuck in the doorway and they're just stuck there, getting battered by the giant rocks, it's kind of funny. Oh, Mother's Judgment. Last season, the hardcore killer Mother's Judgment. Crazy damage. I lost like 3 characters to this stupid thing. Not 3, that's a lie. I think I lost like 2. I lost 2 to Mother's Judgment for sure. And then I lost a couple to a few bugs.
Good? You feel better?
No, not tree. I don't have the patience for pit, man. I don't think I do. This is always so much more fun when you have a person, like another person, to do this stuff with. The artillery. This is why Shrine sucks so bad this season. Because they put all of them back in the pit. The Blast Wave, Conduit, everything. That old Blast Wave would have been epic in pits, man. I remember when they first had the PTR with pit in it, and there was a chance that you could spawn a pylon, or I should say shrine, inside the boss room. If you went to the corners of the boss room, there could potentially be like a Blast Wave shrine or a Conduit, any kind of shrine. It's kind of cool. Sometimes you would just blow through the boss, just by getting a Blast Wave shrine. Okay, I'm coming. Scourge. Man, how much easier is Elias this season with a mercenary? You just stand behind your mercenary. You don't have to worry about his stupid firebolts. Just chill out. Ho ho. Lucky me. Alrighty, guys, that's going to be it for me for tonight. I'll be back on tomorrow for a little bit more streaming, and I'll probably be playing my Stormclaw build, and I'll probably do some more with this build offline. But anyways, guys, as always, I hope you guys are having a great day or a great night, depending on wherever you're from, and peace out, guys. I will see you in the next one.